is important for them to act on it. Yeah, but that's great. That's great news. Yeah. Okay. And I'll also show you a trick how to make the trees a little bit larger so that you can see the numbers. I think this part was unemployment. Yes. Will you?
Okay, thank you. We are working on Sakarna's data. So we're working on 5 indicators. First, NEET, unemployment rate, informal sector, hourly wage, and underemployment. We have already done 2 indicators, and we have produced the 3. However, we are having an issue on displaying the tree because the resolution is very low. So when we try to download into PNG or JPEG format, it's the yeah sometimes the text is too small. We can read it. So maybe you can help with that.
Maybe Zilu, let's show. I can show. Maybe after the last group, we have another Sakarnas group, right? Working on. Is it this group? Which group? Susenas. Bird registration. Okay. Do we have a fourth group? No. Another Sakarnas or? It's okay. You guys already have so many indicators you're working on, but am I missing any group? Yeah, no problem, no problem. Susenas birth registration, right? Okay, no problem. Yes, yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Anybody wants to share any more updates? Or another, the fourth group, if I missed anyone? No? Okay, then let's show you this trick, how to make the tree a little bit larger and then download it, and it's easier. There are 2 tricks. First, you can visualize the tree with a bit more resolution, but this doesn't work always. If the tree is really very large, there's not much we can do. We'll have to start trimming the tree. Maybe increase the complexity parameter. Maybe, increase the sample size restriction. We need to somehow make the tree a bit smaller. The other way is to use the print summary. When you do the print summary, each of the mutually exclusive groups, their access rates will be written there as a summary. So let's show you those 2, and then group work continues, and any group that needs help, attention, Zilio and I will be with you. And today's aim, I think Sagarna's team, you guys are on track with so many indicators that you're working on. The model might be similar across all the indicators, the way you disaggregate, but it would be really nice if you guys can do all the indicators and then make a presentation with the 4 indicators. That would be fantastic. For the other groups, Susenas groups, great job so far. Let's try to add at least 1 more indicator. If it's easy, maybe another indicator. But let's see. We have time until lunch. After lunch, we'll do the presentations. Yeah? All right. So, sorry. Okay. So, this is what do I have here? I have something completely different. This is Kyrgyzstan inadequate housing. Okay, let's not do this. I will go. This is another indicator you could actually do with SUSENAS, UN Habitat and UN Statistics Division. They came up with a definition of slum population. That's SDG 11. It's a bit complicated because it depends on a bunch of different indicators. But maybe, yeah, while we have it, let me use this one. It's here, okay. So inadequate housing or slum population is based on households' responses to a bunch of questions. Do they have access to basic drinking water? Yes or no? Do they have access to basic sanitation? Yes or no? Are they crowded? Are there too many people in the house? The threshold is if you have more than 3 people sharing one room, it means this is a crowded household. So that's the third category. Fourth category is the materials used in the housing. So the floors, the walls, the roof, are they with finished products as opposed to natural or rudimentary products? So UN Habitat and UN Statistics Division found out that these variables are available in many household income expenditure surveys and also DHS and mix. So after I think a few expert group meetings, they decided that if households are deprived in one or more of these 4 conditions, then they're classified as slum population. Yeah, at least one of those. So basic drinking water, basic sanitation, crowded. So no access to basic drinking water, no basic sanitation, crowded household, and unfinished products for housing. One or more of these. If positive, then slum population. So hope this will work. For example, this is a tree from Kyrgyzstan, another VNR country, and 17% of the population live in slums. This is also, the sample is restricted to urban areas only. So when we're looking at the slums, we're focusing on urban areas only. Rural areas are excluded. So for example, the poorer households, they're much worse off. The wealth comes first, then education, then the sex of the household head. Yeah, so male-headed, high-educated, richer households, they're way, way ahead. Almost no one is in slum population, but if you're a poor household, they are left behind. Now, this is a nicer tree, but so it's already, we are seeing it. But one thing we can do is, in step 3, we have the plotting lines of code. So what we can do is we can copy this lines outside of the chunk. So I'm going to copy it and put it outside the chunk. Oh, actually, it's already here. So I just, copy paste it outside the chunk just before the D index, step 4. When we do this, the plot will come to the area here. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's, thank you for reminding me. I will share my screen on Zoom. All right. Thank you, Zilo. Let's hide. Is it that one? Anyways, okay. So normally in this code, the tree shows in the top part here with the code, but we can actually bring it to the bottom corner, bottom right corner here. But to do that, we need to make that part a little bit bigger. Yeah. So let's make this part bigger, and because we're going to bring the graph here. So I come and I run I select this PRP place, and then Control and Enter is how I run it. Up, I have an issue. Let's see. I think maybe I need to start. Yeah. I changed, I think, the file path a little bit. But no. Let's see. Yeah. All right, let's try again. All right, so I think, yeah, we have the tree here. Now it's a small place. Now I'm going to run this so that Control Enter, that's the shortcut. So the tree now came here. When you use this space, maximize this place, you can have the tree bigger. Plus, you can export it. And when you're saving it, you have two options. You can save it as an image. Here you will choose, of course, just like before, I think, there are different options. This SVG seems to be performing a little bit better. The resolution is, in Bangladesh, we found out that the SVG, saving it as an SVG file, rather than PNG or JPEG, is helping. So that's the first trick. At another times, we also found that saving as PDF, that also worked quite well. And with the PDF, the resolution kept somehow pretty good even when you're zooming, yeah? So those are the two options if your tree inside the code is too small, yeah? Any questions? So just taking it out of the console. The other option is right after running cart, we have this summary part, which I think we don't have it here, but I'll write it here. So we already estimated tree fit. So I'm going to say print summary tree fit. Oops, summary is wrong. So when I do this, the summary results will come here, right? We looked into this a little bit. Yes, we didn't talk too much about it, but with one group, I think we talked, and maybe this is a good opportunity. This is all the technical, I think the summary details of the analysis is also contained in this summary of what's inside TreeFit. It's showing how, for example, for the primary split, before deciding to do wealth, the algorithm checked all these different circumstances: wealth, education, number of children under 5, age group, and sex. These are the 5 circumstances I was using to disaggregate slum population, inadequate housing. And it's checking, evaluating the criteria, right? Vis-a-vis the complexity parameter. Which one of these circumstances are contributing more? Which explains most of the variation? And then there's a nice thing here called variable of importance. The most important variables will show up here, and in a way, they're the numbers adding up to around 100. Sometimes they rounded up, so they might be just a little bit 100. But this is showing us which variable is the most important. So wealth comes first. 91% of the variation explained by wealth. then comes education, then comes number of children under 5. So this is also one way of looking, evaluating, you know, the tree is visualizing this anyways. But when you scroll down on this, so it's going to show you for each node how the tree decided, the machine learning, how it decided splitting, which circumstances use. And finally, at the end, it's showing you the summary. So the first node is the mother node, right? This is the national average. So in the tree, it was 17%. So we see 16.7%. It's rounded up. 70% in living in slum population. The second node is richer households. 12% are living in slum population. The third one is poorer households. Among them, 41% are living in slum population. Yeah. So this whole part is really the summary of the tree. If you cannot see the numbers or the circumstances, you can also come here and check. Yeah. So that's the second trick. And what I did was just to print summary tree fit. It was this. And in your code, this might be a hashtagged, a commented line. That could be the second way of looking at it. Any questions? Yes, please.
Definition number 3, housing.
Yeah.
If one room, 3 people.
More than
more.
3 people.
Yeah. Actually, this what kind of room? We have
Sleeping room. Yeah,
living
sorry.
room.
Yeah.
Yeah. We usually use in average if less than 8, this mean crowded.
Okay.
Yeah. Can we change to this definition?
Yeah. We can. I mean, it's
Yeah, because if you said one living room,
yeah.
with a house more than one living room,
Yeah.
will be difficult. One is more 3, the other is
Yeah.
only 1, and so on.
So availability of data is sometimes, I think, a problem. Like in some surveys, like DHS, what we see is the number of rooms in the house, but we don't know what sort of rooms they are. We just know how many rooms there are.
Yeah, if in our Susanas, there is
Yeah.
the area of housing.
Okay.
Divided number of people by area housing by number of people.
Okay.
Yeah, if less than 8, it is been crowded.
We can definitely use it. So I'll show you the document. Yeah, it will come. Huh? Sleeping. Okay. Okay. I want to actually open the document and we can have a look there. So this we didn't do, but we can do. And we can follow exactly like your guidance on this. And I'll show you the document. It's actually, there's many more indicators that can be used. So let me see. Okay. So the SDG 11.1 is about inadequate housing. And you have these 3 different variables: slums, informal settlements, and inadequate housing. To estimate slums, they propose to use the first couple of indicators here. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm not sharing it. I am not sharing this document on Zoom for our virtual participants, so that they can see also. We can share this document with you. So for slums, we're looking at access to water, access to sanitation, sufficient living area, structural quality, durability, and location, security of tenure. So the security of tenure, for example, if SUSENAS has a variable on security of tenure, this is the ideal set of variables to use to identify slum population. Only in urban areas, though. We're only in urban areas, not in rural areas. The informal settlements are the same. When we go to inadequate housing, which is the ultimate aim of SDG 11.1, there are also three other categories: affordability, accessibility, and cultural adequacy. But these things are usually not collected as information in surveys. So these are too nuanced, too difficult. So what they, to operationalize this, and also keeping in mind that security of tenure is not available in DHS, these guys, they came up with, whoop. So they came up with the definition that if inhabitants suffer one or more of the following household deprivations, they're classified as living in a slum household. And here, for example, a dwelling unit provides sufficient living area for the household members if no more than 3 people share the same habitable room. 3 is the maximum, they're saying. So it says habitable room. But again, this is the overall generic global definition. I think if there's a country-specific preferred definition, UN Statistics Division would follow that. Yeah. When they do this, they do global for cross-country, but then the indicator can be localized based on the guidance of the country. Lack of sanitation is the SDG 6.1, same. Improved sources, not shared. Improved drinking water, that's 30 minutes, within 30 minutes, same as SDG 6 again. And then we have the living standards, the quality materials. So here they have a issue with, as I mentioned, security of tenure. This information is usually not in surveys. If it is, we can include it. So then they have, I think, rolled this up in a few countries, mostly African countries, and so, for example, I think in DHS they're using number of people per sleeping room. So yeah, if one of the SUSENAS groups, for example, one of the groups that's doing birth registration, the next indicator you look into could be this. This is a little bit more complex because you need to first do basic sanitation, then basic drinking water, define overcrowdedness, and then look at the structural materials. So it's a complex indicator, but if anyone is up for it, we would be happy to help. And this would be original contribution because I don't think we looked into this indicator. Yeah. Okay. Do we have any questions? Any questions from virtual participants? Okay. If not, then I think the group work can start. I will put up the slides to remind us which indicators we've looked at from SUSENAS and Sakernas, so that as you finish up your analysis, okay, I think it's here. Yeah. So now we have groups looking at early marriage and birth registration. Birth registration, we did, yeah, okay. So we can, based on your results, we can update the inputs that the visualizations that we are doing. The next indicators you can be, you can look into this, or, if you do the inadequate housing, it will be an additional indicator to this list of 22 indicators that we have from Susenas Sakarnas. From Sakarnas, we have informal, unemployment, hourly wage, and need. Again, we did these, but I think you guys have better, nicer models, so we can look into it also and update our inputs. And I think we're also using the more recent, they're using more recent data, yeah? Yeah. Okay. So then groups, please go back to your group work and raise hand, call us in, and we come and help you, work with you, okay, today. We have time until 12. This is, unsupervised group work. You are your boss. When you want to take a break or something like this, it's up to the group. But at 12, we'll break for prayer time and for 1 hour of rest. And then at 2 o'clock, we return back. We can make presentations. We can also talk a little bit about how we can integrate these into Indonesia's VNR. So with that, I leave the fingers to you. Good luck. 55%. So the person behind that 5%, the person behind is 45%. And then the person ahead is 3%. Around 3%. Your person ahead, 4%. When person ahead is 4%, person behind is 3%. Colleagues, great work happening. One idea, if you like, we can break earlier and finish the day earlier, if that is preferable for you. So, I mean, for us, this is up to you. We can break now for half an hour, 1 hour, up to you, and then come back, do the presentations, and after the presentations, we will show here our first input to PubConJunk for the VNR, and then we can go through the document and see where we're going to make updates. Yeah, you're already doing great job, and we can see where exactly we're going to make updates based on your results. I think we can discuss it later, but we will need, because we don't have the data, we really need the results from you. Maybe you can email it to us, or while you're here, we can give us our USB drive and you can share with us. But what's the verdict? Would you like to break now for 1 hour or less? For us, there's no problem. If you'd like to, we don't have to be here until 3. Yeah? Maybe we break now. 12 o'clock is prayer time. There's that. So shall we come back 12:15 or 12:30? 1 hour full? 12:15? Okay, let's come back at 12:15 and we start with the presentations of 3 groups. Okay? All right. And yeah? There are 4 groups. Yes.
So I think it would be better for those groups who are ready to present first, and then we can later continue after the break. So if possible, we can go back early. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And then like just take a break for the prayer and then come back. And yeah.
So who's coming? But you have several indicators. You have several indicators. One indicator, one person, one indicator, one person can be like that too. Up to you. I think ask them to make sure that the hampers are good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. All right. Zoom is there. You guys have connection, so maybe. Okay. I bring the mic. It's up to you. If you like, you can come to the podium. Maybe it's up to you. Huh? Okay.
Okay. Okay, here di sini ya. Okay, so is it okay if I sit down? Okay. Oke. Satu lagi nggak sih Mbak? Kalau just I need backup. Mbak Ganis bantu aku. Mbak, this is. Oh, Mbak. Mbak serius. Terlalu Atau Wahidah. Serius jangan sendiri. Okay, good morning, everyone. We're from group sitting over there, and we're analyzing indicator from Susenas, and the indicator that we're doing the analysis is the indicator 531, early marriage. So we've provided definitions of the indicator. So it is women aged 20 to 24 years who were married or in a union before age 15 and before age 18. So remember that the unit analysis is woman aged 20 to 24 years. And the circumstances that we use is, as you can see, the first one, we have mother's educations, and then second, urban and rural classifications, and poverty, we use the less below the national poverty line, and fourth, disability status, and last one, sex of the head of the household. Next. So actually we are going to show you two different trees. When we first make the analysis, we assumed that the poverty would show up at the very top, but then turned out in this graphic. So we set the criteria of terminal node for 9%, as you can see, like the 0.09. So this is where the poverty is not showing up in the tree. Okay, and then we tried, maybe we can move to the next slide. And then we lower the criteria of the terminal node to 3%, and actually the poverty appears here. So this is what we're looking for. Okay, and now let's go to the LNOB analysis. So the farthest behind are girls whose mother are absent for reasons such as death, divorce, and etc. Just essentially the mother who are not there with the child, and lives in rural area, which amounts to 24%. So that's the farthest behind. And the farthest ahead are girls whose mother are present and have at least lower secondary, or in Indonesia equals to SMP, and lives in urban area, which is 0.42%. So that's the analysis. And actually we have some interesting finding that I'd like to show. It's also surprising for us to see that actually what plays most important factor is actually the presence of a mother in the household. It's when we learn about it, we're baffled to learn that the role of a mother plays a significant role in defining if a child gets into early marriage or not. And second one is still related to mother, is the mother's educations. It shows that lower mother's educations equal to higher child marriage, which we think makes sense because if the mother have lower educations, they would have not, they wouldn't have a vision for their child to pursue higher educations, and instead would opt for their kids to go into early marriage. So all in all, what we find makes sense, and actually we learned significantly about the role of a mother in preventing child education. So if we're looking from a policymaker's point of view, we would look to address the educations of a woman who's looking to be a mother. So just woman education in general. So yeah, I think that's from my group. If anyone would like to add something, or if you have any questions. So I think this kind of finding can really support policies shaped by ministry, like Ministry of Women. You know, like it's the relations it's related, like the level of educations of a woman to preventing child marriage. So yeah.
Yes.
Yes, especially if mother is not in the
Yes,
house. Yeah.
Lian, this is, I think, interesting findings, but I would like to clarify. Yeah, first, the indicator for child marriage is asking for women 20 and 24 year of age and have been married, whether married a under 15 or 16. Yeah. So, uh, uh, the case is in the questionnaire is asking to woman 2024, while married is previous years ago. Yeah, yeah. But when you show us the present of a mother, yeah, this is present a mother at woman, mother of woman 24 years. This is different, beda zaman, apa namanya? Different era.
Different era.
Yeah. How could presence of mother, yeah, becoming important for those girls at that time when they first time married? Yeah. You know, my point.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think my colleagues from the group would like to answer the questions. I saw you guys rendezvousing. Yeah.
Iya, cuma kan iya. Sementara nikahnya kan sekian tahun yang lalu.
To clarify. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, I'm agree with Pak Ganjang. There is different apa ya, beda waktu referensinya gitu ya Pak ya. Yes.
Different pattern of time. So this indicator cannot be used in this method. No, this is not.
I mean, there is the mother. Sorry. So I think what you're also alluding to is that when the girl is married, she's changing household. Maybe she's not staying in the same household. So when she marries, she's going to a different household maybe. And in that household, mother is not there because mother stayed maybe in the original household, yeah? It could be that she moves urban rural also, that's there. But I think, I mean, the point is there. If the mother is, maybe that circumstance could be dropped, but I think education of the mother stays the same. The era doesn't change, right? When the child was married, the mother had lower education. A few years later, the mother still has lower education. So that variable is an exogenous as a good variable. So maybe the tree could be redone without the mother in the house. I think maybe that's the circumstance that can be taken out. Yeah, but
Thank you so much, Pak Gancang, for the input. Terima kasih. I think that's all from our group. Thank you. We have poverty, but we're not quite done yet with the slide, I think. But would you like us to show it, or in the interest of time?
yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Let's everyone.
Give them chance, the other groups also. Okay. So which group? Are we staying in Susenas? Going to birth registration? Yuri or Faisal? Or Yuri Faisal together? You guys decide.
Berarti age group, gender, education sama location aja gitu ya. Yeah, actually we. Oh, okay. Yeah, actually we did not prepare a slide, but our data set is different than the previous group. In our data set, we are using the SUSENAS 2023 data, and we analyzing the birth registration. For the variable, or yeah, we are using for variable to determine the birth registration. It consists of the age group, gender, education, and location. For the age group, we divided into 5 categories of the age group. For the others, yeah, for the location it is urban and rural. Gender, for sure it is male and female. And for education, we categorize it into 3 categories: lower, secondary, and tertiary education, and the higher education. And for our finding, we could say that, yeah, it is actually what we expect. It is the finding is similar with the theory. So if you see here the percentage of the percentage of the average percentage of the respondent who has the birth, who registered who has the birth registration is around 69%. And if we drill it down into the lower level, we try to the algorithm, the logic is next. When divided into the age group, we can see here the group with the least percentage is the how to the older and the adolescent. That how is the age range? Can you? The order is 65, and the adult is 25 until 44, 54, 64.
Do you have 2 adults? 2 adult groups or just 1 adult group? But then there is adult old on one side, and then the other side I see young persons, I guess. It's adolescent, okay. Adolescent is, so you have 0 to 5, is it child? Okay, 0 to 4, then 5 to 17, or 15, okay, got it, thank you. So adults and olders, 54% you find, and then those who are, I guess, under 24, 24 and below, they're 92% birth registration. Okay, continue, please, sorry.
Yeah, and when it comes to the education, we can see it in the left part that the lower education is the group with the least percentage as compared to the other group. We can see here that the adult or the adolescent group and who has the lower education, the percentage of them who has the birth, who was registered at birth is only 29%. So if we trickle it down again into the sex, we see that the female, the female actually has the lower percentage as compared to the male counterpart, and so we could conclude here that the furthest behind group or the LNOB group in here is the female who has the lower education and their age is older.
Do we questions? Do we have any questions, ideas in this model? So I think what's very interesting from our perspective is that we always work with DHS and mix, and there it's always children under 5. So when we look at birth registration, we're usually looking into children under 5. And I think SDG 16.9.1 is also looking at proportion of children under 5 whose birth is registered. This is the full population. This is a big advance, and I think I will share this update with our statistics division who does CRVS work. And I'm sure they must have worked at one point with BPS or with Indonesia on registration, because they're always complaining that data is not available for the bigger population, the total population. So I think they'll be very excited to see the full picture as you guys prepared here. So thank you very much for that. Any questions to this group? I see none. Then we can go to the third group. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please, you can.
It's still valid, so
Okay.
I would let Wahida explain.
All right. Would you like to share again to show the result? This is great, the feedback. And Papkanjang, your feedback is the exact same reason why we don't have early child marriage in our platform. But in Susenas, I was excited to see mother's education, which is the ideal variable to disaggregate this. So I think it's still usable, but thank you so much for the feedback. Yes, please. Okay. Okay, so this is good. I think the results make sense. Maybe rather than using employment, it's better to use the education. In employment, I agree with Papkan Chang. You can have, for example, people, you could have it labor force participation, participating or not. That's a big differentiation. Or you can have this employment status. You can have people who are employed, people who are unemployed, and people who are not in the labor force. Those three make everyone. So then, because we need to be mutually exclusive, but we need to be exhausting also, so that there's nobody excluded. Yeah. Among the employed, as Papkan Chang said, you have those who are underemployed also. Then it will be quite a bit, I think, a variable that's very rich with too many categories. Maybe it's not. There's no need to go into that bit, unless you think that when you're employed, too much stress and then we're smoking. When you're not working, oh, life is good and I'm not going to no stress. Could be there's maybe something that's the area where we're thinking of the model, right? So I think that's good. So. Do you have any comment?
I have a bit comment on the age. Like if you think about the intervention regarding like tobacco control, maybe the age matters for a certain group. For example, if they're adolescents, it's important time to intervene to prevent them from start smoking. And also like tobacco control in like school settings or universities or high schools can be different, like workplace intervention or general kind of intervention. So I think when you're interpreting the tree and when you're considering a model, you can also try to link a bit with how the policy could be designed and what are the existing programs, how they kind of differentiate the different target groups.
So maybe, we see that it's men with lower education, maybe poorer or rural, that are worst off, yeah? Maybe when you put the age in there, you'll find that it is maybe the younger men. It's not maybe the older men. So that's going to tell us what to do in the policy side. The ministry who's working on smoking control, then will say, okay, the problem is with men in this age group living in rural areas and, whatever the result is. So adding education can add that, age can that, I fully agree. I think in our analysis, we added age, no? Yeah. Okay. Age group, yeah. Yeah. Do you have another indicator to show birth registration? Yeah. Because you have an interesting model there too.
So maybe it's quite similar with the previous group, but then we use different data set, the recent one, and then we also add the access to internet, and then this one means like the presence of the mothers in the household, right? So we see that for the fathers behind come from the group that have no internet access, and then come from the rural area, and then come from the poorer family. While the fathers ahead come from the household where mother is present, and then the richer families, this one, and then yeah, come from the urban setting.
So in comparative, I mean, these are different years, but and different age groups. You have 0 to 17, while the other group, I think that the full, everyone. It's nice to see that among the younger generation, the gap is pretty small, right? 82% to 98%. So
Okay.
it means that in the recent years, birth CRVS system improved a lot. So this is, for example, a way in the VNR, it can be emphasized that, you know, over time, the CRVS system improved so much that younger generations, they're more likely to be um, uh, more likely to have their birth registered. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
The second model, we take out the internet access, yeah, and then only put the wealth category.
Okay. Uh, in our previous discussion, that internet access and also education attainment is what we call having a multicularity.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you already change access internet with education?
Yeah, the second model, Pak.
How the result, the summary of the result between two different point.
Well, actually, when we take out the internet access, the wealth come into the like importance indicators in the models. But then when we have education and the internet, both of them, so it's only show the internet access.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably very correlated. The ones who have higher education, they probably have access to internet. So internet is maybe taking over there. This is, I mean, adding internet there is interesting because now you're connecting two SDGs, SDG 16 and SDG 17. Here, I think mom attainment, I think mother's education is quite important. Is this mom attainment, is that mother's education or mother being in the house? Mother being in the house, okay, okay. Another option is to replace it with mother's education.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I would like to know how about the sample for no internet access, because for current situation everyone could access to internet. Yeah, so I wonder whether there is enough sample for or not for no internet access.
Yeah,
When
it's
it's show-
38%.
yeah.
Are you guys? So here we can see that 38% of the sample says they don't have access. Do we, in SUSENAS 2024, do we have the internet use? Yeah. Okay, okay. So it's probably, yeah, it's similar to that. And the furthest behind group is a small group, 11%. So they're poorer, rural, with no internet access. They represent 11% of the, this is individual level, 0 to 17, yeah? Okay. Maybe try later the education attainment as opposed to mother's education rather than mother being at home or not. It might be a more direct circumstance that can affect birth registration. Yeah, but great, thank you. It's 12:15. Do we want to break now and then go to Sakarnas, or does Sakarnas want to do now?
I think they would like to continue presentation. So after
The break?
break, just close the session.
Okay. All right. Okay. Then we're listening to Sakarnas. Sakarnas group has also 2 or 3 indicators now. Unemployment, 2 indicators. Okay. Very good. Who's presenting? And you can present in Bahasa, huh? No problem. Zoom, yeah, and show the three.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. We would like to present our analysis on the Sakarnas dataset. Sakarnas 2024, yeah. Sakarnas 2024. So we have two indicators. The first one is need, and the second one is unemployment rate. So the need is the not in education, employment, or training. So it's people aged between 15 to 24, who are not in education, so they're not in school or in like higher education or like a university degree, or they're also not employed, and they're not in any type of training or courses. And the second one is unemployment rate. Tingkat pengangguran terbuka (TPT). Okay, so the first one is need. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 circumstances. So the first one is residence, urban, rural, sex, male, female, education.
Young NEET or all population?
Young NEET. Sorry.
Okay, good.
Yeah. 15 to 24. Yeah. So, and for the education is lower, secondary, and then higher education, and then disability status and marital status. In here we put R4, so mind the naming R4. It's yeah, we haven't changed the coding from the second. Anyway, so it's R4 means marital status, not married, married, diverse, widow. So yeah, in here in the first examination, we can see like the furthest ahead is the single female that live in urban area with high education level. In this case, like only 50%, 15% of the single female live in urban areas with high education level are need. So most of them are either in school or employed. Yeah. And then the furthest behind is the married, diverse, and widow person, which contributes to 45% of them are need. So this is only like the first the preliminary exercise. And then the highlight in this is that among others, marital status are the most significant factor in explaining the need. So if we see here, the first branch is actually the marital status. And then the person who are married are likely to be significantly becoming a need rather than the person who are not married in this age group, like mine in this age group between 15 to 24. And then if you go to the next, yeah, so in our second attempt, we changed the splitting criteria. So we changed the parameter to 2% because we saw that the base for the number of samples even in this point it's still it's still much, so we think it's fine. And in here we can see more interesting pattern, like in here marital status is still significant in explaining need, but gender difference also comes in consideration after lowering the parameter to 2%. So for example, in here, it's basically similar, but if you see like the first branch on the merit status, and then on the first branch is the there's the non-marriage, and the green one is the one who are single, and then the red one is the marriage, and then the married split into two, male and female, and for the male, so for the male who are aged between 15 to 24, who are married, are actually having much more lower uh, need percentage compared to the female. So here we can say that, and also like the rural, like residency, like rural urban, it's also have some effects. But in this case, like the furthest behind on rural and on urban is basically the same. Like I think the number is like 48 and 49%. So there's not much difference in that. And the second indicator is next, please.
Before you go to
Oh,
the
okay.
second, do we have any comments here? This is a very interesting result. So marital status comes first, and the gap between woman and man, right? This is married woman, 15 to 24, 59%, and maybe it's 6% or so. Sorry, if you go back to need, I think that's a very striking result. Need among married women, 15-24, almost 60%, and then need among married men, maybe it's around 6%. So there's almost tenfold difference between married men and married women in the 15 to 24 age group. I think this is a very striking result, and we see similar results in different countries too. Papkancha, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, I just remember the story from my friend. Actually, for the widow woman in West Java is more happy than other women. So I just would like to relate this one.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think they can also check is that, now the category of marital status, now here it's bringing together married, divorced, and widowed. But this is a 15 to 24-year-old group. So I wonder, how many divorced and widowed women are here? Maybe it's 95% married women. So that's something you may want to check to see, the other categories of divorced and widowed, married.
Yeah.
It could be that married is dominating.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
to be looked at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Besides that, we usually differentiated married and not married. Not married mean single, widow, and divorce. Yeah. Why don't you try comparing between married and not married?
So,
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not really sure, but let me just check with the team who are calculating whether. So because in my impression it's also like the first one is single, and then the second one is marriage, and whether it is marriage, divorce, or everything. But yeah. So thank you, Pak Gancang, for the for your inputs. And yeah, just a little bit on this, like from our experience in UNICEF, like when we are talking about skills development, when we are advocating about skills development and employment in youth, particularly in youth, we use this need, and we usually use like the base figure of it, like the national average is like 20 something, 24 something, and then for the male is 16, and then for the female is 36. So in that case, we always emphasize on like the difference between gender. But like this exercise proved that marital status is also and we are in doing that, when we are advocating this, we usually talks about marriage, like, oh yeah, why women are left behind, like why women have a higher need. Of course, because in Indonesia, the tradition, the culture is like, oftentimes they're becoming, and this is the age when they are getting married and everything. So they're usually becoming like a household keeper or anything. So that is what we are always bringing. But this one is really useful because now we can say more with the data. So that.
You're capturing intersections of circumstances, not just one circumstance. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. So next, unemployment.
Yeah, so for the unemployment, we also do two version or twice the exercise. So the first one is the we're choosing one, two, three, four, five circumstances. It's still a bit similar with the previous one: sex, residence, sex, male, female, residence, urban, rural, education, lower, secondary, and higher education, age, but age in here is continuous, and then disability status. And the minimum splitting criteria is 9%. Yeah, the parameter is 9%. So the furthest ahead group is male age more than 40 who resides in rural area. So it's 0.92% of male age 40 who reside in rural area are unemployed. So in other word, we can say that if you are male in rural settings and you are age 41 and more, it's either you already have a job and not looking, so because you already have a job, or you're not looking for a job anymore. Yeah. So the unemployment is really, really low. But the furthest behind is like the population. In here we say population because there's no splitting in the male and female. Population age under 25 years old. So 17% of people under 25 years old are unemployed. So people who are seeking employment are unemployed. Can we go next? Yeah, so on the second attempt, we try to change the splitting criteria into 2%, and also for the age group to be, for the age to be grouped, like 15 to 24, so it's youth, 25 to 65, so as 64, so it's adult, productive adult, and then 65%, 65 plus, which usually the retirement age. So here we can see that it is still actually, let me just, I can't see.
It's males with lower education in rural areas who are more than 25. They are furthest ahead, and they have 1.2% unemployment rate. So the
Yeah.
best of the lowest unemployment.
Yeah.
in
Oh
the
yeah.
group.
Yeah. So in here, like the gender play parts, like gender and residence is play parts in the further behind group. So it's kind of okay.
Mas Hadi.
Yeah.
Yeah. For farthest ahead. Previous slide, please. Yeah, for farthest ahead. Male older age group living in rural area with lower education is farthest ahead. This not important. Why? They no need to find job.
Yeah.
Already retired.
Yeah.
Already sorry, doing nothing.
Yeah.
So you don't need to include this indicator to this analysis. Yeah, better if a groups not including older people. Yeah, because not this is not not what we call. Yeah.
And then
Good.
Yeah, and then the one that we might, as a government, have intervention. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then your sample could be 15 to 64. Usually that's the working age population. 65 plus is not in the sample. Yeah.
Because Indonesia is
How is-
retired is 58 or 60. I
Okay,
think
so yeah,
better,
it could be
I
in
think
here.
better until what we call 60.
60.
Yeah,
Okay.
atau
15 to
59.
60.
To
Yeah,
59.
somewhat,
So
59.
a little
Okay.
bit, yeah.
So for your team, maybe the next, I think this model is very good, but yeah, restricting sample to a smaller age group,
Yeah.
15 to 59 will do the trick,
Yeah.
probably, yeah, to make more nuance. It's very nice also you're seeing the youth are furthest behind. Youth unemployment we always hear. We hear youth unemployment, especially in urban areas. Yeah. Interestingly, education is not there, but it's males. So male, urban, and young. These three combination is sometimes risky. This young men in urban areas, they have trouble. So there is policy inside here also, like to somehow, but the women are also there. Maybe they are not that different in the unemployment rate. But any questions do we have, or did you want to say something else on this? Yeah. Do we have any questions? There's one question. Yes, please. Comment?
Second with Pak Ganjang comment because the result is confusing. That's why I think when I interpret the result, I'm questioning a lot of things because yeah, that's why in this regard, I think you need to reform the analysis again. For example, just like to restrict the age group in order to have yeah, because the result is not the reflective of the condition. That's why it's difficult for us to take it for granted. We have to rethink again whether the result is going to be applicable. Yeah, and my own reflection maybe, yeah, when we analyze something before running the analysis, all the things, yeah.
It's very important, but thinking about this, actually, the unemployed are people who are in the labor force, right? So even if you're in this group, the question is asked to 65-year-old, but that 65-year-old identified as being in the labor force because we know in some countries, my country also, Indonesia, in the other parts, social protection may not be strong. The pensions may not be high. So older persons are still working, you know? So there's that part also. If the question is asked, so these people are all in the labor force. Nobody is outside the labor force are in the system in this question. Yeah, but I think it's still good to what you said is very, very important. So this algorithm can be, to me, it's obsession now. I'm addicted. I'm disaggregating everything, but it's important to calm down sometimes and think in advance. The model, the reference population. So these are very important things to consider in advance. That's very good. Any other comments? Okay, let's take a half an hour break. And then we come back and we discuss the VNR document. And then we agree on how we're going to share, what are you going to do next steps, and then share the results. And we finalize the LNOB input for VNR, okay? All right. See you in half an hour. And a big clap to all of you. Excellent job. I told you you would do many trees. You guys didn't surprise us. Excellent work.
Take a break until 1 o'clock for praying. Thank you.
Yeah, I shared it. Okay. Do you have it? Okay, okay, then you share. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Last segment, we're almost done. In the opening session, I mentioned that it was in, I think, May last year, almost a year ago, the UN resident coordinator asked us to analyze Indonesia's data, and that's when our journey started. And we provided them a document, which was more for their UN's common country assessment, which kind of like helps UN identify areas where they should work. Yeah. But then with Indonesia's VNR, we changed this. So we have a document that's currently quite long. This document is a background document. All of this document would not go to the VNR. But I think we have done quite a bit of work in here, again, following the BPS's definitions. So I can show you a little bit about what sort of visuals we have here, and then we can discuss the updates that we will do here. So on day one, I think in the afternoon, most of you were in the session here, right? Like we were talking about VNR integration and what sort of things, showing examples from countries. So this overview chart is something that we use a lot in with the VNR countries. So here now you have SDG, there are how many? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 SDGs. From SDG 1 to SDG 4, then we have SDG 5 to SDG 17. Yeah, in total, I think we have about, with these 22 indicators. Putting 22 indicators into one graph is very difficult. So we broke them down. So here we start with the first couple of SDGs. I know that some of the groups did work on SDGs that we have here. For example, smoking and poverty. So we have some results here, but these results are from our own analysis. One of the, I think, updates that we should make is to bring your results. Who is furthest behind, who is furthest ahead. The average will be the same. We have found the exact same average as you have, but the gaps might be a little bit different. I think now in smoking, we have, maybe you have a smaller gap, if I remember correctly. It was women who were smoking much less, around 0.1%, and then men 75 or something percent. So we might actually have the same result. But that's one update that comes to my mind based on your presentations. This is all from SUSENAS 2023. So this also we will have to update. If you have a result from SUSENAS 2024, in the notes, we'll have to say that some indicators are from SUSENAS 2024. Here we have also a few indicators, and you guys worked on this. You worked on child marriage. You also worked on birth registration. So I think here birth registration is for children under 5. If you'd like, we can use your results and keep this for children 0 to 17, or we'll have to decide, but this is also like up to you. Most of these updates will need to get confirmation from your side. Ideally, we could update everything from SUSENAS to 2024, but because we don't have access to this data, it's not us who can do it. If you can do it, we can update the results. So that's an option. But if it's not not much time, then yeah, then it might be a bit difficult. Next, we have the Susenas and Sakarnas results. So these are the overview results. You guys worked on youth, need, unemployment. So again, we can change these based on the models and the results that you obtained. So for us, these are the areas of work for updating these. But this overview is the first part of the LNOB discussion in the VNR. Going down a little bit further, we also talk about who's furthest behind. I'm not sure if we have a table. Do we have a table? No. We sometimes make a table of to show which circumstances are intersecting. So here now we have a bit of a narrative. We have in the slide, okay. The first chart shows you the overview, the gaps between furthest behind, furthest ahead, but it's not telling who is furthest behind. And I think after seeing that chart, many people will want to know who is furthest behind. So we can include a table like this for each SDG indicator on each row. We are saying which circumstances appear in identifying the furthest behind. And we could actually do multiple tables, maybe individual level SDGs, household level SDGs. We can separate them, the tables, to make the, so that we don't have one large table. It's sometimes difficult to go through that. So that's the second part of what we provided after the overview. And then what we did is we added trees. So this is from Susenas 2023, internet usage. Yeah, 69% have access to internet, and then it's at individual level. A LNOB tree like this, you may consider adding into the VNR. You could add this to SDG 17 when you talk about SDG 17 broadly, and at the end you can discuss LNOB. Or you can keep this in the LNOB section all in one, after showing most of the 22 indicators. Any indicator that you have, we can generate such a LNOB tree. So maybe you don't want to talk about internet usage. Maybe you want to talk about another indicator. You let us know, and we can generate this the nicer platform-based visualization. Thank you. So Zilu is taking notes there. I'm taking you through. Later, I will give the floor to you to tell us if there's more things that you think we should do. I think here we have also, one example is from Susenas 23 and other from Sakarnas 2019. So the latest Sakarnas, we will not have it. But you can share your result with us, and then we can do this tree for you. Okay? So that's an option. So this was informal employment from Sakarnas 2019, sex, sector, education, residence are the circumstances that are used. And we find that it's women in agriculture that are worst off. In fact, SDG metadata asks specifically for sector and sex to be included in this aggregation. But then on top of it, we added residence and education. And then the ones who are tertiary education, they are least likely to be in informal employment. So another example that we're really flexible. Based on the narrative that you're doing in the VNR, we can generate a tree. And here it allows the reader to go deeper into all these mutually exclusive groups with different rates of informal employment. Okay, next. Next is the trends. So here we have Susenas 2015 to 2023 showing the trends in a couple of indicators. Again, we put everything together, so it can be a little bit too busy. We can make, in Nepal, for example, in their VNR, they said, let's have maximum 3 indicators in one chart so that the chart is more easier to navigate. Yeah. So we could, for all the, if, for example, you have, let's see, if we have if you have an example from national poverty 2024, we can update that and make the trend from 15 to 2024. We don't need to have the data, we just need the result that you found. Next one, I think we have another figure again on the and really they are like looking at this, these are great results. The great results that everyone is improving. Furthest behind is improving, furthest the average is improving. What can also come here, if we make the indicators shorter, a few indicators, we can add another line, the furthest ahead. Because here we're only showing furthest behind and average. The furthest ahead we are not reporting. But it's potentially, that's because there are too many indicators here, there are too many lines. But if we have fewer indicators, we can also do that. It's another example. So maybe Zilu can, if you can take a note that we could add furthest behind if requested. We can add furthest ahead and generate multiple charts to make it easier to navigate. Okay. And I think definitely with Sakarnas, it will be much nicer because Sakarnas is from 15 to 19, but here we sometimes have, yeah, here. So we could do this, we could extend the Sakarnas variables with your examples, with your results to 2024. Yeah. So the need is going down, unemployment is going down, informal employment is going down for average, but it's pretty stable for the furthest behind. These are all results at national level. We also produced subnational results. This is an example of access to clean fuels. We used here DHS data because we don't know if it's something that is of interest. If it's interesting, you let us know, and we can generate for an indicator, we can show the regional dispersion. Here, this chart focuses on furthest behind, and it's showing the access to clean fuels among furthest behind. So as you're coming towards from Sumatra to Java, Kalimantan, I learned the regions a little bit while here. Coming further to east to Papua, the access rates are going down. In case you would like to show some regional disparities. Provincial disparities also. So this could be done also. If your data is representative at provincial level, this could be potentially done at provincial level also. Going down, I think the last one is D-index. So we talked about D-index. We said it's giving you one simple chart with one simple measure for each SDG indicator. So all the 22 SDG, which SDGs have higher dissimilarity among these groups between the gaps that we estimate. So smoking, informal employment, bank account, those have higher inequality, but then we have quite a bit of indicators that have less than 10. If it's less than 10 dissimilarity index, it means it's pretty low to no inequality. And I think that's about it, no? We have the social protection spot, some of the results from spot, and these are, I believe these are based on SUSENAS 2023. Yes, February 25. So we have some social protection results from the spot simulator. The write-up, the charts, they're all available. This is what Chitra was showing you on Monday afternoon. So this wouldn't feature in the LNOB segment, but maybe more in SDG 1 when you're discussing SDG 1.3, the social protection one. So I think I stop there, and let's have an open conversation. Maybe we start with Pavganchang. If you have any feedback, suggestions for us, ESCAP team, and also for the team that's here, especially the ones who have access to the data and who will do the analysis. Yeah, and then we can ask colleagues if they have any ideas how to improve the results.
Yes, I appreciated what you have done to us. Yeah, this is very important for us. From this exercise, I still need to check and recheck. Yeah, but what you have done in telling us, in explaining to us, is very helpful for us, and this will help us in PNR 2025. We hope we can coordinate more to what we call update what you have present to me using the latest data. Yes, on behalf of Pak Pungkas, we say thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah, and I have question because usually you just divide this becoming only two. Yeah, is it possible in the next time expand it becoming more than two, three might be better. No. For example, for a group or for marital status,
Yeah.
only becoming two
Yeah.
different. This is
It's possible.
Yeah,
It depends on the researcher.
I
If the
see.
researcher decides we do, for example, married, non-married,
Yeah.
what we do is example, proposal, zero draft.
Okay, I see.
It's up to the research, it's up to the country, to the government to decide what makes more sense for Indonesia
Yeah.
using the data. So it's really possible.
Okay, good. Yes, thank you very much.
Any other comments? Do you have any comments about?
Thank you, Salsa. I think this is very interesting and also useful for us to more digging the data itself. I mean, we already have this aggregation data, but it's based on urban, rural, sex, something like that. But if we look more and combining more categories into the one indicators that we can see who is the furthest and who is the left behind. I also maybe comment with I think there's one indicators in goal 17 regarding the internet use. Unfortunately, for right now, our latest metadata not using Susenas anymore for the internet user. So even though in the Susenas they still have it, the questions, but based on the conversation with the line ministry and also all other stakeholders, we use the independent studies about the internet users. But it's also interesting that the gap is quite it's about 10% from the independent survey and also the Susenas. Here in Susenas, I think is 69%, but in the independent studies is around 79%, something like that. Or maybe they like the bigger data. I have no idea, but so maybe we also need to for us in Indonesia team, we need to see the source of data that we already agreed on our latest metadata. So I think that's one of the example of the data that exists, but we don't use it anymore for reporting, something like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great point. There should be consistency between reporting on SDGs in early chapters versus LNOB. If you report Susenas, but in SDG 17 you talk about the independent study, that's not a good. So in that case, like it's better to drop this result from the overview results. Yeah, so which is totally understandable. Any other comment? Yes, please.
Let me deliver in bahasa.
Yes.
First of all, terima kasih Pak atas presentasinya sampai 2 hari. Tentunya ini merupakan pengetahuan baru buat saya karena saya basicnya itu lingkungan, data-data lingkungan. Dan kita sudah 2 hari bekerja dengan data-data sosial. Nah, ini yang membuat saya agak kabur. Saya tidak tahu apakah ini bisa dipakai nanti ketika misalnya data tentang kawasan konservasi hutan, biodiversity, apakah kita bisa juga melakukan hal yang sama atau mungkin harus punya coding yang lain. Nah, ini yang mungkin akan menambah pengetahuan kami tentunya. Tapi secara umum saya mengikuti dengan mendapat banyak ilmu, apalagi dengan ilmu sosial, codingnya. Kebetulan saya menggunakan Python, ya, tapi untuk data-data mining, data-data ya. Jadi ada beberapa yang saya perlu belajar. Nah, tapi terima kasih. Pertanyaannya adalah nanti ke depan misalnya kalau kita akan gunakan untuk data lingkungan seperti tadi hutan, kemudian perikanan, biodiversity, nanti seperti apa? Mungkin ada sedikit penjelasan apakah harus merubah total codingnya atau ada beberapa part yang bisa kita gunakan. Itu aja pertanyaan. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Great work, and I completely agree. We are missing the environmental part a lot because the survey data we use rarely asks questions about the environment. In some countries, we're seeing household surveys are asking exposure to disaster. If they experience flooding or slow onset or sudden climate change related disasters, and we are analyzing this using this algorithm, but it's again survey data. So all our experience is based on survey data, and once we use census data. In Palau, the small Pacific island, they gave us their census data. We've never used administrative data, and we've never done anything with environmental data. But the classification and regression tree analysis, the CART methodology, can apply, I think, to different data sets that are collected at different level. For example, just for fun, I did this with firm level. World Bank has enterprise surveys, and they ask lots of firm level. The level of analysis is firms. So if you want to see, inequality among firms, that was one extension that we did. In the case of environment, I think it really depends on the data. As long as you have this 0 and 1, a binary outcome, or a continuous outcome as your dependent variable, I think it is possible to disaggregate using CART model. So you would follow the same template, maybe prepare and clean your data outside, import it into R, and then disaggregate with the circumstances. Now, I'm not sure how the sampling weight, these type of things, that maybe there's no point of having sampling weight. So maybe it will be equal to 1, or it's not in the model at all. But yeah, I think, when you have maybe a research question, feel free to write to us, and we can bounce ideas, see what we can do. There were really different ideas that came to us, suggesting extensions. Some people wanted to look into police data. Police had calls from violence against women, what do you call these? The emergency calls. And they wanted there was a high frequency data, and they wanted to analyze this data to see which neighborhoods, in which days, hours, more calls are coming. Because then they wanted to decide where should we put the police cars and the surveillance so that they can immediately go, because sometimes it's a matter of seconds, minutes, before very bad things happen. So Unfortunately, our experience is very limited, but we are only one email away. So you can always like reach out to us and we can bounce ideas. Yeah. Pleasure. Any other comments? Reflections about methodology? We will have an evaluation, short evaluation, 5 minutes. We'll ask you again a bit more about the technical training. So you can also reply there, but let us know if anyone has any other comments or questions. If none, then maybe for the next steps, also we are talking about VNR, but Pavganchang, if there is, for example, for the post VNR, we were talking about the dashboard. If there's anything that we can do, we are one email away and we'll gladly, produce whatever is needed to share with you. If when the group makes the updates, we can gladly revise the document and share with you. Yeah. So if there is nothing, I think maybe let's do the evaluation. The Excel, okay. So we can, in addition to this document, we will share with you also the Excel file, because down the line, the editors, layout, graphic designer of the VNR report might need the underlying data. So everything we share, if there's need something from us, we'll also do it, yeah? Then maybe, Zilu, can you share the evaluation? And we'll ask you guys to do evaluation with your phones, and then we will do the ceremony, okay? Ceremony, the certificates. No. Okay, I think most of you guys are done. Let's move to the fun part, the certificates. So I have Ganchang Amanullah, Papganchak. Thank you. Very much. Thank you very much for staying throughout the training. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have Ganesh Angrayani? Susenas expert. Do we have Fika Luciani? Yeah, I come. Fika, okay. Congratulations, thank you. Do we have Faisal? Faisal is there. Yeah. Okay. Phyla Sofa, Amelia. Very nice name. Does it mean philosopher? Phyla Sofa, very nice name. We have Erlanga, but he's not here. So no certificate for Erlanga.
I'm
Maybe
online.
Friend. Okay. Okay. Okay. Okay. Okay. Diki Avianto. Dian Surida. Arif Febrianto. Arif not here. Okay. If Arif has a friend here, I can leave his certificate here. Yeah. Julian Maulida. Great job, thank you. Adenira Hargianintia. Thank you. Adika Dwita. Agnes Putri Santoso. Yeah, thank you. Alimatul Rahim. Environment. Yeah, okay. Aliyah Sakina. Thank you very much. Haris Ahmad Nukaradi. Haris Ahmad Nukaradi, we don't have. Herdian Siyah Oktabela. Oh. İfki Kayrunuysa. Leni Mustika Devi. Thank you very much. Maria Kusumanegari. Not here. Mo Adi Amiruddin. Is Mo short for Mohammed or? Yeah. Oh, okay, nice. In Bangladesh, they say MD. MD is short for Mohammed. And I keep thinking everyone is medical doctor. MD, MD. But everyone is Mohammed. Now we have Muhammad Haikal Trinand. Yeah? Narwavi Pramudyarta. Okay. Don't sell these. Prayoga Dahirsa. Rahman Kurniavan. Rahman. Sanjoyo. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. We'll do it picture all together in the front with our certificates. Okay? Don't pack your certificates. We'll have nice picture. The picture will go to the website. Setio Budiantoro. Not here? Okay. Tika Melaningsi. Tika. There. And then I have Wahida Kumala Tuta. Wahida. Okay. I think I know this. Yori Novrianto. Thank you. Wait, we don't have yours, maybe? What's your name? Mu. Oh, okay. So we will make an email it to you. Anybody who didn't get a certificate? You're left behind. Oh my God. Okay. So what we'll do now, you write your name to me, and then we will email you the certificate. Yeah. Maybe your name and your email address. Or if you have your business card, you can give that to me and I can use it. Okay. All right. Congratulations to you all. It's big applause to you all. It's been a pleasure for us. First time in Jakarta for both of us. I mentioned we have a project in the pipeline. I hope in a month or two they will approve it. If they approve, Indonesia we selected as a target country so that our platform can start bringing data from Susenas and Sakernas, not just the HSM mix. Yeah, and we do more workshops like this, building on this work. So fingers crossed, inshallah, we come back to Jakarta and work with you. Thank you so much.
Salsa, we also have a gift for both of you. Maybe Pak Gancang would like to present it. Ya. Yang itu enggak, ini taruh yang itu. And also one for the other colleague that already back to home. Yeah.
Usually for no one like behind. No one like behind. Oh. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Lama Pak Budi katanya Pak Budi kan. Permintaan dari Pak Dena untuk ini, manajer dulu kan. This is photo with the manager from Sektan. Okay. Pak Rahman is environment. Okay, manager, other manager. Okay. With you, you come here. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. No one like that. No one. Yeah. It's so down. Everyone. Yeah. Yeah. You like to your certificate card? Let me get also ada yang itu sama yang itu. Ya. Oke. Juga bisa bantu ya. Ya. Ya. Oh iya. Ya. Kalau pakai paper lagi. Colleagues in the virtual site, please write to us in the chat your names, the ones who stayed on. We can also send you certificates of completion. And if you like, please open your window screen camera and we can take a picture with you. You're in the background right now. The snacks are outside. There was some extras from yesterday. The cookies, they're all outside. Please take everything. Yes, please. Then you can share also with family and friends. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Tapi arahin gue dulu ya. Oh, gue ini. Tapi dia masalahnya yang susah semua.
Makasih ya, Mbak Dina, Mas Diki. Ya, Tirta, yes, I have to say thank you for Adinira.